sound, the sight, the taste of garbage. The highest quality. Things you do love to see. So what are the price of atom bullets? 238 on a piercing mag. And likewise onto cannon shells. Is that number? Like about 1,000 each of physical and explosion. Normal cannon round. Yeah, that's about the same. About the base damage. Depleted uranium HE would be potent. Tools have uses. So, ongoing adventures of Garbage Island. And after the latest wave of haven't thought about, so easy things you can do while considering the shape of your power graph in this situation. The fact that there's a plateau here means that there is more charge I could have collected during each of these storms. Right now, the way to improve power is more accumulators. That can be a job for the next Electro Lab. Once that is ready. In the process of setting up steam as a way to dispose of excess ice when needed. The premium ice melter. Set up for exactly that purpose. Tie both of these arms in. To dwell on it briefly. Things ice is for are iceberg, space science, cryoscience. Able to get my own ice on the ice planet, presumably. Yeah, alright then. Dropping things down from the space platform isn't expensive, it's sending things up. I don't have a reason to hoard high quality ice from down here. All of this ice can be made into local water. Yeah, a substitution could be made of like one chemical plant that's remote controlled by looking at the ice pile and doing math. Such powers exist in here somewhere. machine trying to make rare recyclers. Have the beginnings of the paving. New shores. Tube refining setup that will attempt construct better tubes. But common iron will get stuck in here unless I pass it back out to another machine. Distance to next color of rarity is go to the meat planet. And just to like look at now having the reference point of how introduction to this planet worked. Yeah, so you drop, touch the local resources, that starts to unlock the basic tools. Then you arrive at the local science pack. And then immediately purple quality is available for 5,000 meat science. It'll be interesting to see what the speedrun routing is for a full space age run. Because you'd want to, like, get operations started on all of the planets in parallel. Like the base game in one planet mode. Trying to do that very fast involves a lot of attention handling, but it is at least still the case that everything is kind of clumped together in the one location in a typical speedrun build. But for space, the decision complexity of that would get pretty magnified. I guess a very important element of that would be having, if the category allows it, a bunch of pre-designed blueprints in your library. Anything that allows you to just quickly drop and deploy important setups. Or maybe it would just end up being a lot of memorization of more and more design patterns. Drawing the lines very fast. Not currently holding any recyclers. Got the assembler machine here. Not drawing too much from the resource pile. And okay, I'm starting to stress the borders of the first logistics network pretty thoroughly, so how would I just drop the next robot hive? Yeah, that covers a lot of surface area. Then it would be like one or two more up there to reach that corner. Possibly leave this little slice outside of direct bot access. One for this corner. One for that corner. Because now, things to do within this space. Start building more bots. Alright, the wall is healthy. Barriers hold. That one out of my pocket. Alright, before, or perhaps like adjacent to getting the whole bot supply chain up and running. Oh, actually, hey. The future. Descendants of the trash bot. But yeah, before finishing connecting all of that, probably want to think about getting a basic ARM machine back online. For all the ARM work that needs to be done. One there, and then one there. Single long arm to pass through. All this is also now time for an elite process. Yes. New era going forward. Making use of uncommon middleware was pretty acceptable in the previous era, before the advent of recycling, but now the refinement can be performed. The ritual. Looks like material level wise, I'm low on bare iron. Yeah, I need more iron generating. A lot of that is, yeah, in great part that there is a scrap backlog. For want of more bots to be doing the scrap handling. Gross. There's peace to restore. And you are armed. In good supply. But I do have a laser maker. An uncommon laser maker. There we go. Beams of the new standard. All sorts of things back there are going to need steady maintenance and adjustment. Bit more metal for that electro lab. For what will be a pair of electro labs. Right, I could only make an elite long arm inside of an assembler. These are to be the new standard, and they are. Rare gear should be accumulating. I don't think I dispose of that anywhere. Yeah, these are batteries, load ends, and then circuit reprocessing gear. Trash manually. Got some important material. Okay, but the rare gears must be going somewhere. At the moment, rare gears are going towards steam engines for the base load power. 2 of which are already done. Good. Which case, yeah, I was only going to go up to 2 boilers. So, take these. Reassign those. Put this input so that I can properly throttle this machine. So. There's a couple more rare tubes up here. upon us. Space up. There's a lot of places I can make the water connection work. Need somewhere to drop. Oh. Right, I cut off your requester, so I'm gonna need to find those rare tube by hand. There's one of them. Another. One more. Only boil the top 1,000 water. More power lines. Yeah, I'll request the rare fuel over here. But I will filter to only unload common and the uncommon for now. Rare batteries, there you go. Rare speed arm seems like a good standard to build up to. Current environment. Okay, there's another assembly. What's this? Make a long arm. A good long arm. A remarkably long arm. Rare tube are continuing to form at a reasonable rate. I do have some rare gear here. So much easier once I have refined power lines. Okay, that isn't contributing anything. This one can be slapped in there. Now you need water. Okay, and local priority is place the accumulators first. So this is only here as a backup system when there's not enough lightning. As proper. Okay, almost got the rest of that uncommon whole meal. Okay, I can recycle this rare furnace. Immediately served its purpose. That uncommon concrete. This box that is the recycling queue for this machine. Should be the recycling queue for this machine. You just grab everything you see. My iron plate mostly undergoes refinement by participating in green circuits. It's a process. Thing is using the lubricant over there in the corner. And empty this back out into the ocean. That's making the light oil for the superconductors. The overconductors. There. Stoke the fires. Go. Spin. Uncommon quality ones fell out of that. Wild. Guess the further thing I can be doing here, let me add 2 more arms where I can. I'll move this over after configuring it to anything less than rare. It's taken out. Oh, okay, because I don't apply the recycler to base materials. I try to build them up into something first. Roll the dice in both directions along the board. Holding productivity modules that should be in part of the circuit stack. %95 production. Obtain true power in ratios. And alright, there's a definite iron shortage here. I've crushed all the batteries. All of the cheap batteries that are currently out there. Yeah, negative logistic presence on both of those. No rare gears currently on the network. I guess overall right now my iron supply is weak. Got the tube mill running. Create excellent tubes. 1 stack of those will be enough. Some of those back down into base material. Don't need that many pipes. Oh, you have no outlet. Rare sticks. Well, in that case. Okay, that's another piece of the iron process that was kind of held up. I need more arrangements like this, covering more materials. Pull that back out of trash pile. Out of the trash out bin and onto the trash workbench. Clear up when there are a few lightning strikes. That's improving performance a bit. The limiter is in asking the bots to unload the train. Could be crushing a lot more garbage. Also, I need to speed up the trash handling arms there. Yeah, there we go. The bots become involved after unloading of the trash heap. Okay, good to have a couple of those. Flip you to Substations at rare. Well, let's just wire this up to ingredients. Trash unwanted. Left him hanging. There. Fixed. There's 2 more uncommon labs. This one to get rare accumulator running again. Short on personal quality modules at the moment. More rare blue to spin this up. Okay, hold on. Yeah, there's steel here from low density structure. Recycling. I don't need LDS for anything until I'm getting ready to pack up, mostly. Could crush some of these. Get a bit more steel into the system. Okay, now I'm gonna pick these back up because scheme that is forming here. Hey, does do barrels care about quality? No, they don't. They just work as they do, but that is a simple way to refine the steel. Repeatedly make and unmake cans. get rare blue arms delivered to me whenever they're finished. Color. I need those over here, beefing up scrap handling. The rare recycler is ready. Overburdened this one with too much crunching. Well, there's not enough unloading is the thing here. How much circuit? Get down to the board chipper. Making the rare magnet labs is mostly... That is throttled by how to find rare holmium plates. Which just has to be raw dice. Well, until I can start upcycling the plate into its finished material, so higher quality holmium might emerge out of this whole cycler. I keep crushing all of the sub-legendary superconductors. Holmium might recycle into itself as well, that is true. As well, check. It does. Okay, so I could just have a holmium crusher folding the magneto plates over and over again. A lot of my rare gear was probably over here waiting to be turned into recyclers. That would make sense. Now, commit. Seek the power. Another quality module. Did complete. had one of these assigned to spin processors, it would want me to create sulfuric acid. Probably doable to arrange. Substitute that in, start to beef up the holmium caster. Further supposing, though, in order to return in victory, I must return someday, carrying the bounties of the garbage planet. So I should start allocating the material for that. And in turn, manufacturing the material for that. $1,000 normal concrete, non-reinforced concrete. That'll just bubble out of trash processing. The tube mill is already doing its thing, so 100 rare tube is nothing to worry about. Create designated spaces to unload high quality trash. Okay, this continues to operate reasonably. How are things back on the old planet? Usual levels of slightly jammed. Plenty of plastic. Waiting line at the wire machine because a bunch of things are waiting for common iron. There's an iron drought. There's a traffic jam. Way into the roundabout. Importance of chain signals. Try to see what order of manual control. Angle this. Just gotta untie this knot. Brains. Yeah, intersections need work. Yeah, that's a lot of material to have built up inside of requesters. Let me do this. Except you don't need that requester at all because you are receiving your speed modules directly from that. Assemblers directly from that. Just occurs to me to check if there's a recycles into entry on material pages. Looks like no. Always start budgeting for eventual things. No, because I'm going to make one full trip, at least, back to Novice before returning here for the next round of garbage refinement. I need to start making the deliveries of magnet beakers back to the labs. And making the magnet beakers. And being able to leave. Any day now. I should request the good recyclers And the good assemblers. Have all of these things in my hands. I don't need to hold the high quality holmium in my hands. Sit in a box until it's time to deploy. I think it should be in a box so that it can be thrown in here for processing into tools. Anyway, deploy more accumulator. 2 here and then 2 to continue upgrading the power farm for the mines. And yeah, just as a baseline, each of these is 3 times the capacity. Yeah. Dropping off 2 of those means I can recycle 6 of those and still have the same level of battery operating. Right, that's a module alert 4 back on Novice. So dealing in local magnetic science. Things that exist here. Battery Mark III. Energy Shield Mark II. The Lightning Collector. Stronger Lightning Rod. Been immersed in the sauce. The armor. Okay, and it's actually made out of a power armor too, so our current rare suit will get to cycle up. Roboports 5 into 1. Processor. Productivity. Quality Rail Support Foundation, which lets you put rail pillars into deep oil. Recycler productivity. %10 at a time. Then lightning weapons. And some bot speed. Stackable bot speed is, yeah, here. It is magnet driven. I should be recycling this uncommon reinforced concrete, because that could roll up in quality into rare normal concrete. Yes, that is part of the workflow now. You don't need to be mangling these sticks because those sticks are being used for rebar. Frees up that recycler. It should have a rare blue circuit maker. Means I need to rig up basic local sulfuric acid. Couple chemical plants. Yeah, mines are pretty thoroughly backed up here. For now, scrap harvesting is sufficient. Which lets me go even deeper on recycling the power here. And put that recycler that I just grabbed uncommon. Continue to soldier on here for a bit. Put that onto my steel refining scheme. while I'm standing here, use this to crush batteries. No, that was a bit wasteful for not having quality modules in it as it worked. As they become available. Get them all dialed in. I'm not manufacturing more gate. Back on World 1. Okay, while I'm about to engage in another round of peace maintenance, how is the atom supply? 32, common 235. And it is held up on needing more storage box. Neat. On a lot of atoms. Have in past runs of the base game kind of ignored uranium ammo as something that felt indulgent. Excessive. Could just fire some atoms though. Little ones. so long acclimatized to the garbage. It's kind of surreal. It's little brief glimpses of standard world. Okay, some steel boxes are available. I know you're carrying stack arms. Go add that storage. Centrifuge. Small traffic jams. You parked inside the supply zone. So water pipe doesn't need to be there anymore. And those are all getting scooped into storage, so they will be made available. Either way. In time, I must return to them. And it's 1.5 uncommons. Rare for stats here. So, clearly, power at the mining station is doing fine. Just roll those all out of here. New universal question to apply to every part of the machine here is, should this be thrown into the jaws of the wood chipper? All signs point to yes. Well, the accumulator machine is doing pretty swift work here. Yeah. Power capacity looking fine. Rare iron plate needs to make its way back to Assembly 1 machine. And once more I must manually stoke the trash fires. Dial up the demands on the ice machines. Alright. Drew. Or rather, drew exactly deep enough to get things back into a measurable state for performance. Another uncommon hiding here somewhere. None of that. Great, it must be on the mining platform itself. You hiding? Unwind some of the power cables here. throwing into the waiting jaws of the wood chipper. This is more lightning rods than are needed. Or just barely not. Alright, deploy that there. Hiding behind the bridge. Are you? Or no, that's a sensor ghost created by the length of the histogram. Yes. The cycling is in fact complete. Kinda want to make more rare lightning rod? Or to finish resurfacing the original platform? So I could also be... Didn't want to switch that up. Lightning rod, yes. Could be working towards magnets. Okay, new plan here. We'll start crushing rare gears. Want the logic to be here if there is no rare iron in the network. Then you have permission to crush gear all kinds. Anyway, my preliminary draft of my steel refining plan to work on here. Slide the entire thing up 2 tiles. Three tiles so that it can be inside of the substation's range. Okay, the goal here, though, is to have raw steel fall out, so actually no filter on the output. Everything that happens here gets qualitated and hopefully gets received. More quality mod. Always need more quality mod. Which I suppose does bring question back to one of starting to make blue deliberately. There, already. Success. The device. This is how steel is made. I can flip that over there to make it a little more compact. Okay, yeah, postpone bot production. I need to work backward from high quality blue circuit machine. Wants sulfuric acid. Wants sulfur, which means I need to make another chem plant. Common gears. There are some in the piles. The crushers are not consuming them all. Yes, this works, because then the only exit condition is when rare steel is generated, it does not get fed back into these requesters. Yes, that is a basic compact refining setup. I just want qualities on the recycler itself. Water is easy to bring down. Chem plant for sulfur. And I also need a chem plant cracking light oil. Yeah, that one's kind of backed into a corner. So we'll start fresh from this oil pipeline. Chemicals. Water over there. Water over there. Go ahead and crush those common power lines. Finally. Sulfur. Now I need this, but for gear making. To make my refined iron. Common gear. Uncommon gear. Quality mods, or if there's a basic iron product. Yeah, sticks might be better for that. Depending on how the math for, like, the material returned from recycling works out. Or the tube mill. The tube mill already exists. That's just a simple one-to-one iron in, tube out. I refactored this so that when there's an excess of rare tube sitting there complete, and the excess tube get passed off into a recycler. Instead, be flattened back into iron. All of the tube there is being earned by rolling to upcycle. Okay, good to have more substations done. Swipe those to throw over here, though. Awaken. Spin. I suppose important for making this work. Some prod mods to throw over there and get 95%. I spin that up as fast as possible. Yeah, that was important. So now that the full circuit stack exists, both as a way to wiggle basic materials another rare recycler managed to finish. Good stuff. You'll love to see it. Yeah, as a way to wiggle the basic material forward, and as my actual supply of good stuff to make things out of. And that'll start paying for the silo as well. The processors for the silo. Yeah, one more of those will have that fully stacked up. I'm not going to space for a moderate time. Recycle the rare structures. More of you over here. Spin that. This. Qualitate. Need to slightly improve the efficiency of the steel wiggler. And this rare recycler can pop that into the main array here. There's still so much trash to process. Oh no. A timely misclick. Probably didn't bite anything important. The bots are all still there. Keep the sulfur flowing. bring the gift of substations to the mining platform. Getting crowded over here. First, there. We pull up all of these. Like, there. Why are these not, like, connected to each other? It's just the straight line distance that they have full reach on. Okay, that still needs to be there for connections for now. Yeah, power levels are healthy now, out here. Island's taking care of itself. Might need to take some load off of the bots by creating a belt-driven sorting machine. Some combination of belt and arm. Or yeah, even just a basic entry point of bringing scrap out of here by belt. Got a lot of inventory tied up in here. Nowhere to put all these oil cubes. I suppose is itself an indicator. Those cubes should be returned to the cycle. squeeze the fuel cube into its basic components. I had this one on requesting and recycling blue chips of lower quality. I think I should extract it from the system. And maybe set it to work as... well, it has already been doing the work of my miscellaneous thing mulcher, but like, set it up with better workflow to make that happen. Yeah, it is one of my legendaries, one of my rares. Fresh world must itself be subject. Adjustment. This is the local scrap heap, but I could also be mining for material. Some of that local scrap. Oh, must needs qualitate that scrap. There. Give you limited capacity to identify the good scrap. It's important. Anyway, cleaning up the wiring over there so I can maybe move some of the productive apparatus over there to that nice, very square end of the island. There. Small, generic, qualitating Ouroboros. Rare items go in the box. Non-rare items go back in the wood chipper. And 12.8% quality upgrade. Yeah, so there you go. Some premium fuel cubes springing into existence by mulching surplus fuel cube. What else is there too much of here? Some common wire. Still a lot of common fuel cube. A very popular drop from first order scrap recycling. Look at him go. Then these can go into steel wiggler. start trying to draft what the belt trash sorter would look like. It would reduce strain on the logistic bots. Oh, there's the other problem. This was never drawing from the shared requester cube. It just never had a chance. Try and grab material past the initial supply that was given to it. I should mulch all these extra requesters that I don't need. With surplus. Now there's opportunity. Okay, this needs different control logic than what it has. I'm gonna stop crushing gears for the moment. Some of that gear to then make conveyor bits. Alright, bill of materials for scrap recyclers is managing to come together. Sometimes. Needs more of that rare steel. Just grab one of you for blueprinting purposes. Won't be able to actually install you for a while, but this is enough for theorizing. No kind of operational idea being. Set of 4 here. Scrap input belt running between them. Output running to the side. And then the sorting must begin. Grab picture of a rare splitter. Oh, of a splitter from which rare filtering can occur. Just that the real list for basic scrap handling is so wide. Different things that can fall out of it. I guess off the back of that, splitters should only be used to sort quality. And then arms and bots can be used to sort quantities. Except for like some of the largest outputs. Finally thinking it all about these ratios. So gear is the single most common output. Common and uncommon might want to just go back in. Common concrete has its role of making common reinforced concrete. For throwing down on the ground. Humble, simple floor material. But maybe I do simplify this. See what happens. Because, hold on. Yeah, recycling doesn't undo smelting. The plates just turn back into plates. And bricks turn back into bricks. They just turn into slightly nicer bricks. If I run this for long enough, what falls out the end tends toward just rare copper and rare iron. Anything that was lucky enough to be max quality on the first trip through gets to stay as what it is. Everything else gets mulched back down. Right, steel was also in there, so... Plastic, which will come out of the chip processing. I can reintroduce a carousel to being part of the design. Yeah, I don't even need the... Keep the extra space now for appearance. Something like that. That looks worth trying out. I just wrap things up here. Right, that is holmium. Which, those are other things to add to the filters here. Designate holmium box, stone box. How well does this fit into that space? Not very. Fits over there, maybe? Yes. I'll have to knock over all of that and move it. Trying to put that set up here. Or I could also adjust where this is. Put it over there. Pick some fresh gears. Did not have enough rare recyclers. Populate the array fully. Uncommon will do. Just to get the whole thing started. I'll remove the buffer boxes from the rail station and just unload it directly onto a belt. At least from this side. Need more good, fast arms. I guess I don't need that one sitting there right now. Yeah, the materials will show up and they'll just wait in the cube. There, this whole time I've been... Well, maybe not overcomplicating. My immediate thought was to gravitate toward a more complicated version of the setup that might make more efficient use of some kinds of material. Or I could just crush more garbage. New generation of qualitating device, performing the quality motion. I'll move all of that scrap to just over here. Although continuing to dwell on the scrap processing setup, the exception to that base rule Holmium ore should be set aside immediately because it gets liquefied is all equally qualitated at that step. And then I'll need to work out how to thread that belt over here. so back over here to the draft. I need one more splitter there. Say output priority left. Loss of an old gun turret. This maintenance is required. There's only 4 beams at that fort. The guns are pretty close to the wall. Quality. Any. Pull me a more. No longer holding any passive providers. So maybe the provider is on sorting station. Should be active. There, fresh ice. Belt tunnel. Since that also needs to be processed. The design is over there for now, so I can operate on it in place. Slap that hand in there so that provider boxes get made at all. And throw a substation in here that covers the whole thing power-wise. Yeah, let's maybe rip out a bunch of normal power cable. reduced the overall number of recyclers here. It can indeed go to 4 rares. One of the uncommons aside. Two of the uncommons. Just have them batch process some of this. And alright, with this iron over here. Go ahead and create more rare speed arms. Populate the array. And I should have 2 more of these providers. Set them accordingly to grab by rarity. Common, holmium, uncommon holmium. Rare holmium. I have nothing requesting or storing those rocks. They just build up in inventory. How are you jammed? Trying to unload steel. trying to take steel. And what is the problem here? Belt too short? Strange. Must have been some kind of quirk with switching materials mid-process. Wire, rare, blue, rare red, suppose rare gear. Wrong machine. Oh, there's uncommon steel on the cycling belt that is getting hung up on this. I know how to fix this. So, create a priority by going read contents of belt. Then enable when everything equals 0. There, now we'll prioritize crushing whatever is on the cycler. Then grab from the input bin. Time to conduct repairs. Alright, and I'm willing to consider, yeah, I've put piercing magazines onto mode supply. You siphon common iron. The arm machine. So everything common iron related is seized up. As usual. Everything about the rail network is going to need thorough restructuring. Started building new beams, but didn't request any of them into the tank's inventory. Stop by here for wall maintenance. And further beefening. I love the taste of concrete. Cleans and sharpens teeth and claws. Volcano Planet is home of heavy artillery. Few common bullet guns, so those can still be substituted in to patch holes in defenses. But here's where the most recent damage was, right? Somewhere along here. Yes, you. East Tank is a very simple, algorithmic solution for improving base security. Pour more cement. That one's doing fine. Head up to the trouble area. And you're carrying some additional bullet. Like, add another gun. Well, these are now in a position where their range does not quite poke out of the wall. That's the one limiter. Okay, wall budget successfully expended. Future things to do. Iron supply is running down. This tank could go a prospecting. Deliver those out to Long Iron. Modules and all. This tank gets to accomplish 2 tasks in 1 visit. Okay, that's good to see. Only the front of the tank is a kill box during collisions, by the look of it. Locomotives also might be much more durable than cargo wagons. On return from Trash Lightning Zone Act 1, the home front may be due for a teardown and retooling from the ground up, from the ashes of the trash fire. A new era. Okay, what other quality modules are you carrying? Uncommon Qual 2s. Are you not? Okay, they did deploy. Good day. There. Order of operations. Then copy, paste. To have a full supply of them, but you had any of them. Really, on that note, let me pop those. They'll get reassigned down there. Okay, that was all the 2s you were carrying, so... Uncommon Qual 1s. Use what you got. And Common Qual 1s. Sometimes you just gotta use the dice you have. Okay, more ablation on the wall. That's fine. That's working as designed. Yeah, the wall machine is very well fed. So even if Peace Tank only were doing maintenance by slathering on a fresh layer of beef every time a wall is accosted, they have plenty of endurance on that front. Anyway, back to garbage. Trash to process. Got a bit more rare iron out of that. I know if I disassemble concrete, I get iron ore. And I have space up here where I can do more inventory. Trash crusher now hard at work. Generating the garbage. Oh, you. Plates. Give me the plates to install the arms, to operate the machines. Okay, so things on the wheel currently that still need a home. Rare green. Rare ice cube. Rare battery. Rare fuel cube. Rare concrete block. The buffet is evolving. Have I not more substation? Well, no, probably not. Pretty reasonably not. Yeah, since I have cut off a lot of material. Oh, I could bring the rare steel over though. Then I would have more substations. But breaking chips releases more stuff in general. More carousels, always. The thing that fixes the problem, it's carousel. Simply spin the wheel. Not really holding any blue steel at the moment. Well, it certainly made things more quiet for the logistic bots. For want of activity. I can start peeling this up and looking for ways to use it differently. My boxes went through the machine and got a wash. Non-legendary arms. throughput is definitely down in this iteration of the Trash Wiggler. But then again, it's also reprocessing all of its junk rolls. And in fact, let me just go ahead and concentrate a bunch of these modules into the new core of the machine. So I can shut down common wire. And common chip. Uncommon chip. That all becomes very compressible. In fact, slide this over here. Ever got that last productivity module? And of course the prod bots never made their way all the way downstream. Spare this for making substation. Couple of substations. Alright, now I need to make another splitter. And split the trash input, another splitter, and a tunnel. Else. I should also qualitate up these two, even if I'm using them for prototype work on the side. How did those get selected as commons? I have uncommon right here. Guess I should have conveyor machines that try to demand common goods. Right, though I need to make the common tunnel first. I can't just skip to the next layer of the build machine. Never mind. also have to split that return line, so actually, yeah, I need a bunch more splitters. Tunnel is the first thing, though. Get some of this rolling. Iron shortage remains a problem on most planets. The volcano planet be different. Is that the chosen realm where metal is abundant? Okay, I need these to be outputting to not providers. The bots do have demand for basic metal. If you make it available to them, they will use it. Better just keep those two running. Let's see, I could continue to transfer over the garbage from here. Pivot is kind of going somewhere. East feels new battle data about the behaviors of garbage. I take more gears, then mulch some of those gears back into metal plate. There, finally, a tunnel. One of several tunnels that needs to be made. Splitter goes there. One exit tunnel goes there. There. Capacity increased for main garbage crusher. You no longer have to be in denial of the network. Because you are also our requester-driven units. Yes. Love to see slightly improved storage density. Well, actually, I want to take that to the Ouroboros. Same with the fuel units. We'll drop these here for one round. Has a bit of a backlog to clear. Where these carbon ingots been hiding the whole time? Okay, so I've reinstated a handful of magnet labs. This one does not need to be here. Quite the opposite. Yeah, because now you're requesting from the results of that lab anyway. Consolidate that productivity. Plenty of wire to go around, as always. Trust the network to handle that responsibly. Put everything reasonable back into circulation. Missing handlers for brick. Load in. Rare low density arm. That's no filtering for. There's a rare arm looking at low density structures. Saying like, I don't know, that still seems pretty dense. I've seen sparser structure. Launch those old recyclers. Yes. Dispose of them now. Reroll. Ascend. That freed up a bunch of electro labs. I'm still gonna hold on to these for how expensive they are. And I need a few of them in order to get started on making the supercapacitors. Let's go back into the air. Yeah, the soup capacitor. Where the soup is formed. Battery, circuit, holmium, superconductor, electrolyte. where electrolyte is heavy oil stone and holmium solution. Gotta get that delicious gel. Fine. The substance. I think I can smuggle this holmium solution out of here. Yes, there is room to pipe under the steam plant. Where it conveniently joins up with this supply of oil. Oh. Electrolyte maker. It's what plants crave. Right, 2 of these are the outputs. Finally, a place to put my rocks. Alright, and then supercapacitor. Starting at normal to get any of them. Because the materials should also be around. And the tech might care about that. This is almost extendable to another layer. When I have more good recyclers to put down there. So, I'll be upgrading those ones first anyway. So, no need to hold that space. Common speed 1. Miserable. Alright, trash drills are suitably backed up. Wait, one more box to unmake. looking for another tunnel to finish the unloading setup. Possibly backing myself into a corner of needing to make high-quality conveyor. I'm rendering all non-quality materials extinct. Except concrete. Reinforced concrete always has a role. Okay, this can switch back to just hold that tile. That way it'll detect when the belt is overcrowded. But won't stop itself from stoking the trash fire. Yeah, a lot of good material coming out of this. Maybe I can allow the Ouroboros to get closer. So that its products become available to the network. Guess I haven't been feeding any iron into it. Kind of weird to try to judge what the overall average material content of the scrap is. Results of rare material coming out of the trash wiggler. These are offset by the fact that all of this is being logistic drained, so what piles up here is just things that aren't in demand right now. Wire is abundant. Stone is not actively used for anything. Phase 1 will end once I have made magnetic science. High-grade magnetic science. Right, I'm not buffering any high-quality superconductors, actually, so... No, let me maintain commitment to the blue. To the ratings of quality. I'm going to haul a boatload of high-quality beakers anyway. Each additional planet has its own local science flavor, which is used for some local tech, and then endgame tech requires the full spread. So, phase 1, revel in the garbage. Phase 2, return home with garbage wisdom. Achieve new heights of garbage science back on first planet. Then return here with that garbage science to release the full power of magnets. And that's the campaign flow that I'm going to follow here. I'm going to attack each of the planets one by one. Process them to the fullest. Then with that, its local system matured, move on to the next one. Order being magnets meet magma. And then winter. Guess I could do have this landing pad here. Would relieve the iron shortage a little bit by having Void Block drop its extra ammo. Well, not even the ammunition, drop the unused iron plate. So can you do circuit conditions related to space platform? Read contents. This let you see that there is a bunch of common iron in space. No, it does not. Ice Planet seems very interesting. It is the heat management planet. You need to make things warm enough so your equipment doesn't seize, but not too warm or you will melt the ice you are standing on. West 100 common iron plate.
Beep.
From space. Void Block, are you willing to provide? Wow, unloading. Yeah, if I only draw gently from the hub, ammo supply should stay up. Okay, so you can see the contents of the drop bay. Just unload all of it. I feel like the control mechanism, if any, would have to be up here somehow. Okay, also, you can define different logistic conditions for different planets so that you can automate your cargo handling as you go about a patrol route of some sort. So, request nothing, drop over 200 iron. And then these arms here allow them to go up to like 500 on the iron buffer. That one's not even using a limiter. That one's not using a filter. How have you not accidentally made steel this entire time? Well, maybe you have a little bit. Self-correcting. Machine that knows what it does by knowing what it doesn't. Okay, so that's dropping more common iron. And this is what will drive my local conveyor belt machine. When I need it. More often it'll just be, alright, I can reach into the iron bin. Scoop up some parts. And when it makes it to excess, then I can start throwing it into a recycler to become powerful iron. Oh good, another extreme quality module dropped. Get in there. Yeah, meteoric iron delivered to your doorstep. Right, that stuff I had to vent while doing some inventory management. Take that to the Ouroboros. I can move the Ouroboros over here. Take this scrap supply off of it. Yeah, it's gone and jammed itself up now. Too many snacks. Yes, just nestle you in right there. And make this a provider. Rare goods. Product from beyond. More Prod 3 has managed to form, so there you go. There you go. Mild damage to fort. Small hole in the wall. That could use some beef. assembler has been keeping pace with things. Okay, so while I've been away from it, has this machine successfully not yet spun a supercapacitor? Needs rare battery. Rocket machine is finding more of its supplies. Almost got all the tube in place. High grade hole in the ground from which to launch to space. A void block is still performing as it should. What is the next step of the ritual there? So I have made the supercapacitor. Alright, I need to touch it, and then that unlocks the magnet beaker, which is supercapacitor, accumulator, and then soup. I need chem labs that are making the other flavors of holmium solution. I need productivity modules in those labs. I'm kind of willing to work with basic chem plant. Right, to dissolve the higher qualities of ore, I also need higher quality stone to throw in with them. Haven't made a new personal weapon in a while. The spread is still rocket, SMG, flamethrower. Lightning gun might join the fray someday. Product of cutting-edge lightning science. Really rare batteries are falling out of here at some point. What would be, assuming that the accumulator machine taking all the batteries? It will need them. Because it is also a participant in the process. It accumulates batteries. There it is. So that opens up all of the things you do with lightning science. Of which the highest priority target is right there. $2.5 base value. Current peak of 4. So, electro science machine. Now this might become much easier to do if I... a world where I relented even slightly. It's only 3x duration. Substations are gradually taking up more of the power grid. Yeah, do I need... yeah, if I'm settling for lower quality input here, what I need is prod mod on all of this. And I can just cut my personal request for accumulators. Need to resume making electromotor. And other things to do. Right, hook up the other half of the garbage outlet. Oh hey, look, the machine caught up to some of the trash flow at least. Probability for quality upgrade. So it is, you do the recipe, baseline quality is the quality of the input material. Then it is that chance to receive an upgrade. And then 10% of that chance to receive a second upgrade. And so on for as many additional quality levels as you have unlocked. So on a common input, this 12.8 gives 1.28 rares. And 10 point something uncommons? It's quite capable. Like cut down on the total number of active recyclers. Hand down more of these uncommons to the drills to try and improve ore quality. Yeah. 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 Then these common qual 2s go into the blender to reincarnate. Our grid is quite sufficient. Love to see that. Yeah, I need to be making more steel. Maybe that's the job of this meteoric iron. Set up a rare furnace. Use that to crush some metal. Should be able to find the parts laying around. Right. The problem of needing to use steel to get steel. Steel I do find gets pretty quickly scooped up into various processes. Is the steel wiggler doing well? Those iron sticks are left over from having used it to make some, to crunch some power lines. This has done 700 cycles. It might be helping. Hard to say for sure. And these are made in 1-packs. 10-second crafting cycle. Only one of each furniture that goes into them, though. That could be worse. Guess that becomes the objective to build toward, is to actually create a workflow that feeds into more of these beakers. Yes, into the machine. Become strong. Yeah, activity in general is down a good ways as a result of all this. I have more good furnaces on the void block. Yes, but it should use those for its own purposes. I could drop these for recycling. Yes. That's the ticket. And those 2 gun turrets. This array was sufficient for the journey and for station keeping here over Fulgora. These go into the cycle. Steel is 4% of the total scrap pool. I might want to prioritize getting more recyclers back online. Okay, you have not yet fallen. the array. I will retrieve you from the queue then. Well, the heap. Rates on the holmium seem weird. First sort. Commons to the right, all holmium to the left. I guess the rare holmium is getting properly isolated. Let me extract the ice machines. Don't need the water unbottler. So, uncommon holmium processing. And move this machine down a step so that there is some exposed pipe I can use. Splice in this supply. I want prod mods to get the most out of that. Rare solution. A place to put rare gravel. And then reinstall an ice melter. Okay, I would need some combinators to create the logic. To run the ice machine. the ice cubes in here. Rare ice will accumulate, and that's acceptable. Make the rare ice machine run a little better later. And okay, even just getting one more layer of solution. Oh no, I actually have a rare gravel backlog, alright. Yes, processing that at every quality level. The plate's moving. Desperate need for quality iron and quality steel. But the rare recycler got finished. That is good to see. Gradually step those up. My trash slots are still full of common rocks. I've been making all of my superconductor at common and then recycle, wiggling it up to higher levels. Let's change that. Also creating room for more productivities. That was probably the source of a lot of material loss. Needs unjam you. Simply extend the buffer. Stop doing this. These tubes will simply be made as common tube for plumbing. Use the recovered material elsewhere. I only dropped the one furnace out of orbit. Did I? Wood block, do you have any other? Yeah, the rest of yours are proper, rare quality equipment. Could have you drop the ore as well. Buffer up to 100. And have the arm pass in up to 200 ore. Receive powerful rocks from space. Three more reds. I've had this something complicated and now it has a lot of stuff to work through. Could crush this rare low density. Has a faster road to rare steel. Yeah, there's some more immediate results. One more bar. Just need a rare red that I can scrape out of a machine over here. There. Rare goes aside into... That's a bit outside of range, so it'll have to travel just down the road. Similarly, let me filter this to rare. Then less than rare. sent on a journey of self-improvement. Set up a long arm maker. There, a bunch of important material was sitting idle in that box. Just freeze that up. With the way things are operating here, using much smaller volumes of more valuable stuff, this idea works better, of having machines only hold small margins. Oh yeah, especially for things like this. Hold on. That requests, read ingredients. Trash unrequested. Only demand a single loop. Take apart the barrel machine. Oh, hold on, these should be providers, not demanders. I haven't created a new substation in a bit. Good enough. Now, more recyclers, maybe also more furnaces in order to scale up that bit of the operation. distribute the rest of the trash backlog into the system. Allow it to crush. And okay, cut you off. You're just outputting into a box. Make this a requester, then I can ping the network for stuff I want destroyed. Also just kind of monitor levels of material. The fuel cube excess has been resolved pretty cleanly. The boilers are not even concerned by this. They have fuel for days as the designated backup power system. Hold on, I need another 0 on that. You're boiling too much of my water. You stay there. We're not made of ice. Although, that is, I suppose, another thing that should be the thing that should not be getting reprocessed at all. That's another one. You can find room in which to set that up. Like I said, a tunnel here for the holmium escape. Put another filter splitter and then question marks. Should not be crushing my ice. That ice has important work to do. And they're trying to spin up new prod mods so I can finally install them over there. It's all of this starting at the magnet science and working back should have maximum productivity. Here is that tunnel. To find parts for a splitter. Ice, all kinds. Could escape from the belt if I make one more tunnel here to create a drop. Or this should do. Ice into the provider. Into an active provider to be sure it's high priority to move this ice. It will go over to the melting machine. No further delays. Crush. Enhance. Not retaining normal concrete. From the trash belts as well. Power levels have stayed steady. That much is good to see. Okay, now that that workflow all exists, maybe now think about restoring drone production, or at least electromotor production. Need another chem plant. Oh, this old brick furnace. This has been here forever. Need a brick to go around. Install that over here for more steel throughput from orbit. The arms are perfectly synced up with each other and keeping the cycler here from doing what it must. Make the carousel a little wider. Then add a tunnel to duck underneath. Then just add basic yellow belt speed. There, so now the inner lane is devoted. Stuff coming in from the furnaces and the stuff being recycled through this box. So now it has just kind of seized again. Okay, new plan. Simplify things, back down. Just put everything into the box. Scoop some of those to get them off of the belt. Whenever you recycle something more complicated and it spits out like 12 items instead of one, that throws off a lot of things. Give it too much fancy food. Doesn't know what to do with that. That one might finally relieve the pressure here. Also, the power grid has been healthy enough that I can drop the personal request for accumulator. Okay, I did that a while ago. These 15 are just what was on me at some point in the past. Drop the rest of those in there. went over there to get a chemical plant. To trash pick the materials for one chemical plant. Here's greens. Good enough. Here's tubes and plates. You need a rare tube maker. Which can be arranged, though it will be, like everything else here on the trash planet, very underfed. Densely packed chain of requests. Provide a single valuable service. Never even finished making all the rare tube for that. Oh, I do have more substations. I had missed their presence. Getting made on occasion. Flap that down and now have a nice robust power area near the second roboport. Start making these until I have module stack. Maximize throughput. Circuit winder permanently bottlenecked by the need for rare iron. The next generation void block needs to integrate quality. It's just stockpile. It'll be able to have recyclers operating on it, maybe? Like, okay, the grabbers do not have a sense of quality, but the rock crushers can. And there is nature's recycler, which is throwing the things back over the side into the void. Quality-driven void block, where anything that fails to upgrade at least once at a production step simply tossed into the beyond. Power in that. Taking a moment to appreciate the visible evidence of the recycler doing its job of refining a common material. I should donate the labor of these two to strengthen the Ouroboros. These are just sitting idle with the way I have them now. Not requesting anything go into them, so they should be somehow acting on this backlog. This metal could go directly into the main trash processor. That's a good point. Doesn't need to go into the specialty machine at all. those get cycled a bunch through all those machines and then go into the warehouse. Yes. Right, that's something I can be doing for the sake of quality. An active request for a common and uncommon holmium to be brought over here for crushing. I'm mostly okay with it. This is probably going to jam again very shortly. But funneling everything towards the one that has the best available modules in it, that's important. Roll the best dice you can. The largest, the loudest. The meat, it's doing its job. These could probably use dedicated recyclers. Maybe that's the job that these get moved to after they have done that trash processing. Just have one of each of them set up for steel cycling and iron cycling off of these furnaces. The unloading arms are all doing a good enough job. Yeah, this is too much material influx. It has jammed. the main machine. Being too much of the same thing in a row, the same thing of the same quality. Particularly all those gears I tossed in it. Rare ore. And a stick. Wait, right, rare iron ore is very important because I can pass that back over here to the furnace and just smelt that directly into metal. Even give it productivity modules. Make the most. Eventually, getting it running at all is a sizable benefit to the factory. I can impose a stronger limiter on bringing in new trash. If that one somehow backs up all the way to there. You trash will halt. Or I could run it closer than that. Unhook that wire. That creates just a much more straightforward, no, really, prioritize the right lane. If anything is here, do not inject fresh trash. Oh, if these are achieving blue, they are not filtering that out. Right, hold on. Retire you from that. Move you to your new job at the iron. Well, some of this blue has been double refined. It's the extra luckiest stuff. Survived the cycler. Okay, so meanwhile, back here, simplify everything to do with this by dropping in a recycler. And you need a splitter and a quality rig. Uncommon furnace goes back in the blender. I'm not adding anything new to this zone except the holmium plate, so it will eventually manage to crunch through more of its backlog. Let me unhook this wire. This wire, yeah. Stoke the fire. Oh, rare to the left. Common, right. Well, everything else to the right. Then over here, similar deal, flip it this way, or I don't have enough runway to work with in that direction. Down here, or yeah, that's the spot. Okay, I think the balance is restored to the processing unit here. The garbage continues to move. Stick machine. you out of the system for a moment. Similarly, the concrete machines. Yeah. Those were built in the old style. Also having a little bit of prime real estate here. Kinda useful. Substation set up somewhere in this vicinity would connect a few potential machines. Furnace itself is working with only 0.5% chance of jumping twice to rare. I'm gonna set up some quality rock crushers in orbit. Or I should be recycling more concrete. That's a way to get iron ore back out of the system. Nothing on the main trash carousel. All known materials are currently accounted for there. Under using our rare copper plates. More rare tube is happening. In fact, I should remove that direct link and instead snap a provider down there so others can get a chance to collect tubes. Had a lot of iron stored in these sticks. Where else are reds accumulating? here at process machine. Is there any local workflow that could provide me with coal? And I could be making new plastic. I have sulfur. Do I yet have the recipe that lets me dirty up the sulfur into coal? Dirty up the pure space carbon ingots? Coal synthesis is a product of rocket turrets. It is meat technology. There are other plastic sources. Also, there's meat plastic. Alright, so my supply of fresh plastic for trying to reforge red circuits is entirely in recycling. I've heard a lot of bad things about the meat planet being the more combat-focused location. But much else about the meat planet seems very interesting. There, get those sticks unmilled. Cycle more qual 2s. These commons off of my work floor. Wait, why are you full of qualities? Well, because you used to be an uncommon machine. So I can retrieve a lot of quality modules my finished goods and better focus them in the raw material processing. It's kind of working. This one no longer needs to be there at all. I'm attempting to have direct production of rare superconductor. Dire, pressing need for more rare iron. Would I just create a normal furnace column using my space ore? I'm clearly bringing a lot of it in. single successful bite taken out of the slab acceptable? They earned that one. Move this over there and let it share uptime on that recycler. Which will move over once it's done processing these sticks. Yeah, there's the flaw here of the space ore coming in at all common. Because there is no quality on the rock crusher. Did not equip the satellite with any quality modules yet. But how do those rocks actually end up in the core, though? That's weird. The arm is not filtered to only take iron ore. This arm is not filtered to only take carbon, in which case it's surprising that things didn't break sooner. And nothing is directly putting ice into the core. They shut off new fuel production. Or because I needed the extra arm for something else, probably. Yeah, I'm not melting any water up here right now. Right, the water melter was over here when it was active. That adds up. Can work out a way to unload those when it's time to refurbish the platform for the return trip. I will want most of this cargo space back to hold beakers. Yes. Merge. I just need a power line for this. Have substations. yeah, having it firmly slide into place now. So it was throwing off my whole sense of throughput. Is all of this is recyclers feeding recyclers, so they're all operating at the same base speed. But the base speed of the recycler is lower than most other crafting apparatus. So these are bottlenecked by this right now. Its existence does compress this supply of non-rare iron, but it does so very slowly. Especially when running in with a full quality loadout. Okay, holmium processing. Weird to think about with how quickly it is able to mulch through finished plate like that. That plate is also cast very quickly when the material is available. Do I need normal brick for anything? Maybe I can just recycle the bricks as well. I think the general purpose trash Ouroboros here is a little closer being back to normal. Administer one quality dot. Alright, never mind. There is some kind of multiplier to recycling speed. Would extend this. When more furnaces appear. That will help make up more iron supply. Iron, like, stopped. Okay, there was a drought of iron asteroids at some point. I'm not using the carbon for anything. So that's fully stocked up on carbon. Guess it is preferable to drop the ore and smelt it on the surface because there are no modules up here. There's productivities and that's it. Rare productivity ones. Alright, that was exactly all of them. I'll have to send the gift of high-grade quality modules up there. Time is right. A rare qual 1. That can be plugged directly in here. There, eliminate more overflow. Oh, you never updated. I never updated your requests for materials. That's why this is taking so long. All this uncommon stuff that needs to be hauled away. Take this into my pockets. Put it to work. There, all of your loading happens from the box now. If I were to make a single rare bulk inserter, I think this is where it would live. Stoking the trash fire vigorously. Should resume making normal reinforced concrete though. That's an important piece of technology. Out of network. Spare a little bit of the common steel from the fire. We'll find normal green. The tendency for this to get ahead of itself does mean that there's a good grab bag of common parts just sitting there in the queue for it. Hmm. Bit of a hassle to run a water pipe out here. Still important. Well, no, I'm not buffering you for your own sake. You are a pass-through. That. actually had a belt. I should move this whole part of the operation around the corner. Yeah, we'll stop dropping metal from Void Block. Just the ore. Really need to throw another Roboport down here. Spending a lot of time exactly on the edge of the network. Deeply confusing the bots. So every piece of steel coming out of that furnace has a chance to end up in the reinforced concrete. Then it has a chance to spin the prize wheel. that's inconvenient. I only let you grab at the common metal. Things moving. That's important. Continue building the surface. And now I can place all these ghosts again. Yes, rare. Reinforced concrete has a direct use in creating more magnet labs. Creating better magnet labs. Which to spin. Grab one of the local common constructors. Water supply is up. See it? Oh, there's 4 prod mods in the magnet zone. Still hasn't gotten to any of the juicy stuff yet. It's got a lot of crushing to do. Have a non-common output filter on that, just to keep it moving. Right, also one of those here. Another rare recycler finish. That's a good sign. That kind of means that steel is healing. But just check the production stats here, which does have a quality filter. Rare material production. Full 8 per minute for rare wire. Truly astounding. Big spike in copper cable production a little while ago. Steel down here at 1 per minute. Powerful dividing factors. Okay, the rare electromotors are successfully happening. The rocket silo has its parts connected. No longer need to request tube. Yep, so that's held up on steel, just like everything else. Yeah, actually that one goes over here in the main processor. Two more uncommons active on the line. I have managed to blue shift a lot of the equipment on this island. Chem plants being the main exception that I've actively not bothered improving. They are not bottlenecking anything here. Crushing deficit of rare plastic. Yeah, very little rare plastic. Rare plastic shows up less often than just raw rare chips. Removing the parts of this that I have. Pop the furnace maker over there. Actually, yeah, let me just hand you that material. Just 5 of those. The others should be over here, becoming more modules. Another spin of the rare blue machine, which has work it needs to do, is permitted to exist. Keeps taking the easy stuff first. Finally actually looking at its own onboard production statistics, turning 10 plates per second into 2¼ plates, 2.5 plates per second. Valuable work. No doubt. 20,000 objects destroyed in its current location. Many processed and many more to come. Gradual, compact, tense evolution. Garbage Island.